Hello and welcome back to another stream as part of the Historical Order run, and today we are jumping to the year 1695 with the beginning of our first playthrough of Banishers, Ghosts of New Eden, a game developed by the studio Dawn Nod, who were also known for games like Vampire, another historically but somewhat supernatural game, you might say. And this game is kind of going into the same direction. It's about a couple that goes from Europe to the colonies of New England, and yeah, they are banishers of ghosts, and that's how the supernatural comes into it. But it is very much based in the historical setting, and yeah, there's going to be lots of references being made to historic events and dynamics, social structures, beliefs, folklore, and the likes. And yeah, I'm quite looking forward to it. I haven't actually played many, if any, of the games of Dawn Nod yet. I haven't played Vampire before, but I do plan on playing it once I get to that year in the 20th century. And yeah, I kind of forgot about this game, you know, like it kind of flew under the radar a bit. I saw like bits and pieces when it launched, but haven't really seen anything since. No, I've already heard anyone talk about it, and it seems to have been actually a commercial disappointment for the studio. But the game itself is supposed to be actually quite decent, you know, especially the narrative and story department. I have heard that the game tends to drag a bit, especially if you play on normal or higher difficulty, because there's lots of damage sponges, not like a whole lot of alteration in the combat. So people have been strongly advising to actually change the easy difficulty so fights don't take quite as long, since we will be doing quite a lot of it in the game. So I will play the game on easy difficulty for the purpose of, you know, this playthrough not going on longer than it has to. So yeah, that's the plan. I'm quite looking forward to it. I saw like bits and pieces of the gameplay and it looked quite good actually, I have to say. But yeah, I'm most forward and looking forward to actually dive into the topic of ghosts and potentially witch hunts. I'm not sure if it might play into it. The famous Salem witch trials that happened about 3 years prior to this. And at this point, the actual witch hunts in Europe have already waned down a bit. But yeah, it kind of like transferred over to America, and they, you know, happened to kind of like do it a bit later than the Europeans. But yeah, one of the first women to actually be executed as part of the witch hunts of Salem was accused by 4 young girls actually, like as young as 9, 11, 12 and 17 years old, I think, who basically accused the woman of afflicting them with a curse or something. And I guess, you know, the opinion of 4 young girls outweighs that of an innocent. Or is she? Are witches real? Are ghosts real? You know, personally, I don't really believe too much in the supernatural. But I still think that it's actually a very important thing of, you know, history. Especially during this time, like lots of folklore that was also present at the time. And yeah, it clearly, you know, is like a big part of the believing system, which is a very important part of society. And yeah, that's why I thought about including this game and actually play it off as part of the historic order run. Even if, you know, there's going to be plenty of stuff, it will be, you know, fantastical in its nature. But yeah, so much to this game. Hello, Dr. Darling. Welcome in and good day. Thank you for the lurk. I hope the rest of work, I'm assuming, goes well. Elden Ring takes place in 1696. I didn't know that. The more you know, isn't it? That's very convenient then. Easily our next historical game. Thank you also for the 60 stream streak, Dr. Darling. Hello, Valgorki. Welcome in. Good day. Okay, we are good. Well, I would say without further ado, let's get into the game. So this game I actually only want to focus on the story, and as I mentioned before, people have been kind of like recommending, you know, just lowering the difficulty because the combat, the challenge in the combat is more that enemies, you know, tend to be getting very healthy. And it's like very stat based, but not really, you know, mechanical based. And since the combat, as far as I've heard, doesn't, you know, offer like a huge variety, I feel like, you know, it's actually good to stick with that and just focus a bit more on narrative. So this is going to be a story-focused playthrough here. The difficulty modifies enemy damage, enemy health points, the amount of decoctions you can recover after encounters, and the timing of exploration puzzles. You can change the difficulty whenever you want during the game.
Madam, sir, the ship lies at anchor off New Eden. A tender stands at your disposal.
I dreamed of clouds. Great long fluffy bastards. Low over the sea.
I dreamed of the abyss, in the darkest reaches of the deepest ocean.
A good day to you, my love.
And a good day to you too.
Are we in New England?
Welcome to America.
Something's bothering you.
Charles's letter.
What of it?
The ghost must be uncommonly dangerous, or he would banish it himself.
Then we shall charge him double.
I'm serious. If the Reverend needs help, this can be no easy business. Red, you best be ready.
I'll be careful, Master Duarte. Your apprentice stands ready to serve. Come on, Atea, we need to go. I need to be.
Rory McWraith, gallant to the last.
Life to the living, death to the dead.
Consider our lovers, Antea and Red, the greatest banishers I ever knew. Life to the living, we say, and death to the dead. It is not so simple. Since the dawn of humanity, the dead have lingered. Dead as alive, we are complex and emotional beings. Many and tangled are the ties that bind. Since the beginning of memory, banishers have fought to sever those ties. Death is but a trifle. It comes to us all. To haunt or be haunted. There lies the true horror. I, Charles Davenport, should know it. The haunting of New Eden scared me to death. I dearly wish I had not begged my friends to come and lift the curse.
New Eden, June 7th, 1695.
If this is June, I'd hate to see January. I'd want to freeze my backside off in the summertime. I'd have stayed in Scotland.
London wasn't much better.
Look at it. It's cold as a bishop's arse. And twice as white. I don't mind saying it, I'm very disappointed.
Charles wasn't lying. New Eden is cold as death. You may well be disappointed.
You'd better be at the tavern. With a hot grog. Or two.
Thank you for the lurk, Dr. Darling. Right, there we are. Classic third-person controls here. Left stick to move, right stick to move the camera.
Have I mentioned how grim this place is?
I heard you the first time, but I don't disagree.
I think we can get through here.
Sure. Let's go traipsing through the rotten, falling down house.
Some pyrite and white chervil.
Looks steady enough.
Watch out!
Ugh. Is it just me, or are we not welcome here?
Keep going. I'll find a way to meet up with you. Over-eager apprentices. I can break my way through here.
Reminds me of God of War navigation. Oh, ghost is it?
You do not belong here.
Everything all right down there?
Just a sneaky wanderer. You?
Same, but I managed. Are these spectres watching the road?
Maybe. But are they keeping people outside town? Or are they keeping them in?
More wanderers.
Behind you!
Yeah, as easy as falling off a box. Can't tell how long these people are dead.
The original settlers, perhaps.
Whoever, this doesn't bode well.
Down you go.
Banishment. Attacking with your weapons fills a banish gauge, and when it is full, press A to banish your target.
Time to leave for good.
Some spectre dust. A note, damp and bloody. Perhaps these words will be lost in time, but I must write them. The date I cannot say. I know it is the month of June, in the year 1695. I thought we would be safe in Providence. I thought we would finally see the children again, and the golden wheat fields would ring with her laughter. The mother now lies dead, and I shall join her soon. Something insidious walks the roads. Terrible spirits took us. New Eden is cursed. You who reads this now, I tell you, run.
These people left New Eden Town just a few days ago. What exactly is going on here?
Hello Vermita, welcome in. And good day. I'm doing very well, thank you. Yeah, having a nice day over here, getting to start the next game in the Historic Order run. Banishers, Ghosts of New Eden. Developed by the guys behind Vampire. And I believe Life is Strange. It's kind of like about ghost banishing mostly in the American colonies. How's your day going?
Down you go.
Oh, very nice, Amita. That's good to hear. That's good you're done with work as well. I hope you enjoy your lunch.
That augurs badly for the case.
Situation's worse than you thought.
Let's wait to hear what Charles has to say.
Empty docks in a growing settlement. Never a good sign. Are the town selectmen sitting on their arses?
Isn't that what selectmen do? When we get to town, we may need to split up to cover more ground.
You may count on the most responsible student a Banisher could have.
We'll see if you remember some of your teaching, if you're up for it.
Always.
You've heard about this game but never seen any gameplay. Yeah, it really flew under the radar, I think. I also have barely seen anything about it. Nor have I really seen anyone play it either. I saw like bits of it when it launched, I guess, but yeah, it's been like radio silence almost, you know. Seems to be the common opinion as well, like we haven't really done too much marketing, I don't think. And the game was also commercial disappointment, I guess because many people just didn't really, you know much about it. It seems really good though, so it's kind of like a shame, at least for, narrative and story so far I've quite enjoyed, like the writing in these early stages. I heard the gameplay tends to be a bit repetitive and to drag on, which seems to be like the biggest drawback, but yeah, like setting and story-wise, I think there's lots the game probably has to offer. And I mean, Vampire and Life is Strange, they're also kind of like known for the narrative strengths, I think. So it's not too surprising, I guess. But I don't want to judge the game too early. I mean, We still have to actually get into the gameplay side of things and maybe end up really enjoying it. It's kind of like classic third-person action RPG stuff. Ah yeah, Boston to the right, Fort Jericho, and the Harrow's Hamlet. Yeah, we're going to Boston eventually. Will be a bit longer, but I guess the first time actually visiting Boston will be in Assassin's Creed 3. So still wow to actually get there.
Not the busiest stables I've ever seen. No ostler and no horses.
This town is less and less welcoming by the second.
I'm gonna lower the sensitivity for the camera because it's kind of like very quick. And I like when, you know, the camera movement with controllers like a bit more cinematic, like a bit slower. Let's go with like half speed of it is. I could probably even go lower, honestly. Oh yeah, that's much nicer. The voice acting seems good. Yeah, quite like it. But we only have heard the two main characters so far, but yeah, they are really doing a good job so far. I love the Scottish accent of Red, this guy. A letter? For me? Susanna, it's been days since we ate. Each day the town empties further. Folk would sooner risk the cold than stay. The minister said help was on his way, but I do not know how much time we have left, or how much time before the next sickness takes us all. I shall entrust my neighbor with this letter, in the hope that it will reach you. If nothing changes, I try to cross the woods myself. I hear folk assemble bands, the better to safely brave the wilderness. May God help us. Sarah.
People are leaving. The town is emptying. Stay on your guard.
Who the hell burns their own crops?
People who fear pestilence or disease. Or both.
Oh, how very biblical.
Just having a bit of a look around because there's definitely quite a bit of loot hidden everywhere. I have to get used to using the left stick for sprinting again because I'm kind of used to right trigger for sprinting after playing so much Clear Obscure. And I even continue to play Clear Obscure off stream as well, like beyond finishing it like the playthrough on stream. So I'm definitely still used to that. Especially since the control is actually quite similar in the exploration in general. Like, you know, having like a parkour kind of climb button. And being fairly linear. New Eden Town. Now this town is actually fictional. It doesn't exist.
A welcoming committee.
Let's find the inn. Let's find Charles. It'll be good to see Charles and Esther again.
Would you a lecture on the sanctity of marriage?
A pretty word for a set of shackles.
I'm sure folk here are just as open-minded as Charles.
Okay, so if a compass is kind of like being like this, then we are inside an investigation area. I have to say I quite like the atmosphere in this game so far. Right, that's really cool actually, that they kind of have so many, you know, waypoints. Because if one would actually like to do a no-HUD playthrough, which I assume is a possibility, then, you know, it makes it so much easier to actually navigate through world naturally. I love the inclusion of these, if it makes sense. And I feel like this game, you know, also being like fairly linear would probably be a good choice for a no-HUD run.
This must be the inn.
Whoa, 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 look who it is. Hello Verdex, welcome in, dude. And good morning. How's it going today? Alright, can you do a photo, Red? Say cheese. Just stick your head through there, you know. Like in those kind of like scary museums or something. When you can do like a photo at the end of it. The cemetery is closed by order of a governor. Yeah, is that like same letter all the time? Curfew. In hours of darkness, stay in your homes. No discord, no turmoil. Governor F. Haskell.
A curfew? But why?
The first resort of every self-respecting oppressor.
Your Friday is wunderbar so far. How about you? That's great to hear, Dex. Wunderbar. Ja, ja. So gehört sich das. But yeah, I'm doing wunderbar as well. Having a good day so far. Went to the Asian supermarket earlier. And yeah, got a good amount of, you know, special ingredients and, you know, stuff to cook with. Gonna make some Korean tteokbokki tonight, which I'm quite looking forward to. They're kind of like rice cakes. And yeah, having a day off, so getting to continue with the Historic Order run and start the next game in the series. This time we're going ghost hunting in, yeah, New England. So I guess I actually moved much closer to where you were located. But we're actually in a fictional town, though, which is called New Eden. What yummy Asian components did you get? Oh, so much, dude. We got like lots of spices, like especially like seeds, like coriander seeds and cumin seeds, and you know, kind of like curry leaves and those kind of things. Then we got tteokbokki. We got some bao buns. We got some spring rolls, like the best spring rolls possible. Then of course tteokbokki sauce, because you gotta have it with tteokbokki. We also got some yuzu, like the kind of like marmalade jelly type that you can use for all kinds of things, for like cold drinks or like as a tea, which I'm actually having right now. I'm having like a hot yuzu tea, yuzu based tea. But you can also make it as like a marmalade spread or like on yogurt or something. So, yeah. But definitely a bunch of stuff. Ah yeah, Rhode Island then. Just had a look at the map to kind of like see where it was exactly located. I knew like roughly, but I didn't know, you know, where exactly. Alrighty, let's get into the inn. Get a hot grog or something.
Charlie, we're here. Your prayers are answered. Pour us a drink.
Finally.
Banisher, please come in. As it is called, your serving woman may sit while we talk.
I'm the help. She's the boss. You're not Charles.
My name is Antea Duarte. This is my partner, Red McWraith. Good day to you, sirs, madam. Now, where's Charles?
Minister Davenport said help was on its way. I
Keep
assumed...
digging, Fairfax. Good day. Pennington, captain of the train band. This here is Thick-Skinned Newsmith. We're the selectmen.
What's left of us?
Why is Charles not here?
We're sorry for your loss. We'll do what we can for his widow.
The Reverend is dead. When? How?
A terrible tragedy. Though our faith sustains us, we are still very much in shock.
Our shock at Reverend Davenport's killing is so great that we must sit here in comfort, losing precious time.
As governor of the colony of New Eden, it is my responsibility...
Look at us, sat here waiting to meet the same fate. We could all be miles away by now. You lot do what you want. I intend living.
The esteemed select woman can be brusque. Forgive her. And rest assured that her aptitudes far outweigh her manners. Or lack thereof.
Her point still stands, Fairfax. Sitting here, doing nothing, we're as lambs to the slaughter.
The Banishers are here. Surely with their expertise we may yet prevail.
Then I shall leave you and your expertise in ghosts and devils to find out. My expertise in blood and battle is of little use. Mistress Duarte, if I can be of service, yous may visit me at home. On the other side of the street, as it were.
Well, Governor, shall you leave or shall you stay?
For myself, I'll stay. Our company has suffered terribly. But we are worth saving. And now that you are here, save it we shall. Please, accept my sincerest condolences for the loss of your friend. We feel the loss of our minister so very keenly. Charles Davenport was a man of great knowledge and devotion. The pride, indeed, of New Eden. It discommodes me greatly to remember how we found his body in the cemetery. Indeed, it distresses me yet further to tell you that we do not know what so tragically cost him his life.
Dex, is this part of the historical order run? It sure is, yeah. If this game takes place at the end of the 17th century in 1695. And while it does take place in a fictional town and of course the supernatural elements of, you know, ghosts hunting and, you know, supernatural beliefs, it's definitely still rooted in, you know, this particular historical setting. And yeah, by the words of the developers, it is, you know, strongly suggested by historical events that happened at the time. So I decided to actually include it, even though, you know, it's maybe not, you know, quite as focused on realism as, you know, other games maybe are. But to be honest, we had like plenty of games that, had like supernatural elements. Just looking at the Assassin's Creed games alone. They have plenty of non-historical stuff in there. One of the 6 New England states and the smallest state in the US. Oh damn, the smallest one. But that's really cool. So yeah, we're very close then, to where you're located and where you were, born then. I think that's fair, gotta balance fun in with the project. Yeah, for sure. And that's one thing I learned now that I kind of like deep dived into the history behind the games a bit more, is that my kind of like expectation towards historical realism has definitely shifted a little bit. Because even those games that kind of like seem, like they're very historical and very accurate, they still have like tons of, things that of course would be super difficult to actually, keep in the game and still make the game what I want it to be gameplay wise. And there's always a bit of like, an immersion you can get into, but you also have to have a bit of disbelief, I guess, as well at the same time. And yeah, as long as we can learn something about the time, whatever that is, and it's still trying to kind of like immerse yourself in the historical setting, then I would definitely, consider it as part of a run. And yeah, you can even learn something about history, about games that aren't, historically accurate. Because you can, do your own research, or sometimes the games can give you like a database and they explain why the game differs from historical fact and so forth. Exactly, dude, because that's always like something we have to kind of like balance, like you say, we have to have the gameplay be still engaging and, the setting to offer something fresh and new. Purely historical games, yeah, they're quite rare. And just focus on realism. And yeah, I don't think I would, enjoy playing only those games either. Like, occasionally, yes, but yeah. So yeah, this game being an action RPG, it does actually have dialogue choices. You're almost done with the Curse of the Pharaoh's DLC, just a couple more missions, and you've decided you're gonna check out the Origins Discovery Tour. Oh, very nice. Yeah, definitely do. There's like lots to learn in it, and it's very well narrated. And there's also a reward for doing all the Discovery Tours. You get like a special skin for Zenu, your companion Eagle. And you also keep it for every playthrough, like it's unlocked for your entire account. So if you ever plan on replaying Origins, then you could make use of that Zenu skin. And it's like literally the only Zenu skin you can get in the game, except for the default brown one. It's like a white eagle skin with like some dark spots. It looks really good. But yeah, that's really cool that you're almost done with the Curse of the Pharaoh's DLC. That DLC had so many great and gorgeous areas to explore. And I really love the deep dive into, ancient mythology, but also the former pharaohs. Because while Origins takes place still, in ancient Egypt, it's like at the very end of it. And there's thousands of years of history of pharaohs that, preceded it, of course. So it's kind of cool with a curse to get a bit of a glimpse of that. This game looks super cool, never heard of it before. Yeah, I was kind of saying it earlier, but this game really seems to have flown under the radar. It released last year, actually. And the only time I really heard about it was when it released. and when one of the community members talked about playing it. But apart from that, it's been like radio silence almost. I don't think they've done like too much marketing for the game either. But yeah, it's definitely a bit of a secret tip type of game. I have to say I quite enjoy the setting so far, the atmosphere. And the storytelling and narrative is really good. I quite like the writing. And yeah, this game is developed by the guys behind Vampire, if you heard about that game. It's a game taking place at the early 20th century, like around World War I era. Taking place in London during like the plague or something, or like an outbreak. And you play as like a vampire. So I definitely have a tendency towards, I guess, mixing historical and supernatural. Yeah, Senno's a great companion. Still my favorite bird companion in the newest AC games. Absolutely, dude. Yeah, it's very spooky, ominous. A lot of the ambient sounds and the soundtrack being more like ambient either, you know. So like you hear like an active melody or something. Yeah, super looking forward to play more of this. So what do you think happened?
What do you think happened?
I could guess, to little use. It is evident, however, that Charles's unexpected death is linked to his investigation of the curse. In the minister's absence, I try, in all humility, to protect us all, body and soul, from our ongoing peril. You see, in my youth, I too was something of a demonologist. Rather a good one, if I say so myself.
We're not demonologists, and neither was Charles. Is his widow Esther taking visitors?
The widow Davenport is at home, and does not much venture out. Their house overlooks the dock. I offered Charles a home with a view across a pretty meadow, but he refused. He preferred the village life. Speak to her, if she'll see you. But she knows no more than we do about how her husband died.
I'm something of a demonologist myself. Almost seemed like a reference to the Spider-Man meme. I'm something of a scientist myself. Oh, don't be sorry, Dex, about being shitty, ever. That's, you know, totally alright and appreciated. But yeah, that's sometimes the benefit of having, you know, choices, like dialogue choices, because those games I tend to actually really enjoy as part of like streaming. Like even though I don't necessarily need dialogue choices in AC games, but I always offer you a way to kind of like discuss what's happening, you know, mid-conversation or like react to chat. Because I usually never want to talk about a cutscene or like dialogue. So if there's like, you know, lots of stuff happening back to back, then sometimes I just tend to be a bit quieter. Let, you know, the game tell its story. But yeah, having like dialogue choices gives you like a good opportunity to kind of like reflect a bit and, you know, chat. You study demonology?
You're a demonologist, you say?
I am that, like my father was before me. Faith and science are our twin compasses, you see, to a deeper understanding of the secrets of God's green and pleasant land, and those who threaten it.
And what have your compasses told you about the curse?
They have told me that Reverend Davenport was better placed than I to solve our problem. Which is why you're here. We agreed it. I shall stand for the company, I said, as the moral authority, the anchor, and the rock. as Charles and his Banishers lift the curse.
Yeah, why do I don't believe him? You know, the fact that we arrive and our friend is dead, he's seemingly wanting to take his place. You know, calling Duarte the, you know, kind of like serving woman, you know, immediately assuming. And, yeah. Having a past as being like something of a demonologist. He's already on my suspicious radar, that's for sure. You did non-canon mode for your first playthrough of Shadows. You like freedom of choice, but your New Game Plus run is canon mode, mainly to make it quicker. That's totally fair, yeah. I wouldn't have minded occasionally to actually have a choice, because sometimes I was not really super satisfied with the outcomes of, you know, the canon mode. For example, when I went with, you know, the allies. Because in canon mode you don't actually get access to all the allies that you could have. So I kinda appreciated knowing what is the true story, I guess. But it's very clear that they just, you know, wrote the story as a multi-choice outcome story. And then it seems to me like at the end of that process they decided, okay, this choice is gonna be canon, then this choice is gonna be canon, you know. I'm not too sure if they wrote the canon story first, then did the choices afterwards. Seemed to me like the other way around. You didn't get her in your playthrough because your paradigm worldview didn't match with hers. But to be honest, didn't use allies much at all overall. That's definitely fair. Yaya was my first companion. And I got all of them except for... I forgot his name. But yeah, one of them ended up blowing himself up. And lots of resources that would have actually gotten to the poor and needy. So I was like doubly pissed. You got everyone except for Yaya? That's fair. Yeah, then maybe in, you know, the canon mode, you're gonna be able to get her. You were too cold-hearted? You? Cold-hearted? That's true. You were in it for blood, for revenge. As Schiller likes to say, blood for the blood god.
Perhaps we may come to you for advice.
Please do, madam, for I would be only too glad to give it.
Why is town so empty?
Of those who did not die, we are the few who stayed. Though our motivations may differ, all who remain have shown extraordinary faith and courage in the face of our adversity.
Sparta!
This is New Sparta.
Those who left, where did they go?
Boston, outlying settlements. Anywhere, everywhere. Although, as you may have heard, the weather has likely closed the roads. Some believe the path through the dark woods offers salvation. I do not. I believe we must stand our ground.
Will they return when the curse is lifted?
I fervently hope so. They have homes here. But we sent the children away some time ago, and many could not live with their absence. If we do not resolve this situation quickly, the community of New Eden shall be broken, perhaps forever.
What can you tell me about the curse?
I can tell you that it has been our misery for many long months now, and I can tell you that it worstens by the increment. First, there was pestilence and disease. Then came the nightmares. Then came madness. In the end came death, and death remains. But in all honesty, I think the weather is the worst part. This never-ending winter hangs heavy on us all. Worse yet, it traps us here.
What do you think caused the curse?
In my humble opinion, I'll point to the obvious. The Abyss disgorges its spawn upon New Eden, bent on making God's poor creatures suffer. As to the nature of the demon, that's what we're paying you to find out. Our late friend Charles faced a Herculean task and acquitted himself with honor. You will have to do far better than that, I'm afraid.
Our contract stands.
If you'll have it, yes. Our contract stands for Charles.
All right. For Charles. Thank you. We have what we need.
Then I wish you success. By my instruction, a room is prepared for you in the old schoolhouse. I'll be here if you need me.
Let's have a look around. Inn's owner notice. As announced at the last town hall meeting, I hereby close the King's Arms Tavern, leaving the key to the selectmen. There shall be no ale sold nor drunk until the curse is lifted and I return. The storerooms are locked, and so are the bedrooms. God bless. Charity Crockett. Yeah, I don't think Red is too happy about that. He was hoping for a nice beverage here.
Damn it, Charles. Those accursed sea storms. If only we'd been here earlier.
No. But as Charles would say, another day, another soul to save.
These people have no idea what they're up against.
Oh yeah, Dex. Yeah, definitely do if you find this interesting. I have to say, so far I'm definitely enjoying it. And yeah, Vampire is supposed to be also very good actually. Rod played that actually a few times. So I mainly watched him play it.
We should go to Esther.
I think the governor said their house stood above the docks.
The game queue is ridiculous. Yeah, I can imagine. It's like so many games, so much time needed to actually get through them. Which is why I rarely even buy games anymore at this point. Like I usually wait just before I actually tend to play them at this point.
Antea, Red. Come in. I've barely slept for fear you would not come. I'm at a loss. Would God even allow me to drag you into these dark times?
Esther, you're not alone now. We're here.
I'm so sorry we didn't get here on time. Truly.
I know. Charles kept saying it. Have faith. They will come. If only he had kept his faith himself.
What happened to him?
Poor Charles. Just one more victim of the curse of New Eden. You know how he is. Was. Restless. Impatient. It's not that he gave up on you, his friends, but that he could wait no more. I believe he tried to lift the curse. I too have questions, but I have no answers. Nor do I now have a husband.
Oh yeah, for sure, Dex. Yeah, that's a good way to do it. You know, I tend to, or I did like many years ago, I bought like quite a few games on like sales and stuff, which I were like, yeah, you know, I want to play them eventually. And I had like definitely a decent backlog, but not like, you know, to the degree that some people have. Then I had like a phase where I didn't have internet for like a couple months because my ISP was just unable. So I actually had some games downloaded that I just ended up playing, and I did like so much progress on my backlog. And at that point I decided I just, you know, gonna do it like you, just only buy games if I really want to play them very soon. And, you know, kind of like really only get the best deals, you know. Like sometimes there's a deal where you know that it's not gonna get any cheaper than that, likely. But yeah, I definitely tend to avoid, you know, buying games on launch or anything like that. You think if you stop buying games, you have enough games to play for the next 10 years? Haven't even played half of the games you own. That's fair. Yeah. Yeah, to be honest, I mean, my, you know, game library has also become huge due to all the giveaways, you know. Because that definitely accumulated me a lot of games over the past couple of years. Between like Epic and GOG and, you know, Prime and stuff. I've gotten so many games for free. And I've collected like a lot of games there. Most of which I probably won't ever play, and at this point I've been more selective actually. Like at this point I will actually look at a game and watch like a trailer at least and be like, okay, is this even remotely what I'm interested in? And if it's not, then I'm not gonna even like pick up a freebie anymore. Otherwise I would just clutter my, you know, library so much at some point. And then it actually becomes tricky to even, you know, find the games that you're actually interested in. No internet for a couple months. Yeah, it was like, I think almost 2 months. It was really annoying. Basically, I moved and we had like internet for 2 months still from my previous, like the previous tenant who lived here. And then we had like a new contract, of course, because the previous one ended. And those, like where we got the internet from, they actually get the internet connections from like a main company, like T-Online, Avaccord. They're like the biggest kind of like internet provider, and they have like a monopoly on like internet connections pretty much. So other contractors kind of like rent them from them, and then they give them forward to you as a customer, basically. Turns out that one of the main company guys had to come over and actually unlock access to us for internet. Only they never came. We had like over 7 different time windows on different days across multiple weeks where they had to come and actually unlock the access for us. But they never did. They never rang the bell. They never, you know, did it by themselves. And I basically had to talk to my company, and they even had to contact the main company. You know, I couldn't even have like direct contact with them. So for, yeah, like, it was almost 7 weeks, I think, of like waiting 8 hours, you know, on those days where we had the next appointment. Yeah, no one came. And that's also like on top of like, you know, having to potentially take off of other, you know, duties you might have had, or, you know, other appointments you might have had, just to kind of like be there for when they're supposed to unlock your internet access. But that was like the worst thing I've ever experienced with like internet. So yeah, that was only once, fortunately, but that was ridiculous as fuck. And at that point we were like super pissed because, I mean, it was like 2015. Internet was very much needed. But yeah, I just ended up downloading, you know, some games elsewhere and then playing them like offline. And I got, you know, through quite a lot of games like in my backlog. That way. Yeah, exactly. Takes like all the free Epic games, PlayStation Plus games. Yeah, that's true, Amita. I mean, it's nice to get some of the deals, you know. But yeah, a main chunk of those games are, you know, probably not of too much interest to the people that actually collect them. You collect every free game. I used to do that, but I can't anymore. You have over 160 games in all platforms combined. Yeah, that's a lot. So I recently went ahead and actually synchronized my GOG library with my Steam, my Ubisoft, Xbox library, etc. and Epic. And I was at like 500 plus games. And I bet you that 350 plus of those are just freebies that I've collected over a couple of years. But it's nice that GOG actually has the function to combine all the different launchers into one, basically. So it's really nice to actually have an oversight, you know, because sometimes when I actually think about buying a game, I'm thinking first about, have I actually gotten this ever for free? You know? And then it's good to kind of like not having to go for like every individual, you know, launcher to actually look for the game that you might have already gotten at some point. So yeah, it's a nice function on GOG that you can kind of like add the other account libraries. Yeah, it was really annoying decks, you know, because we were kind of like angry at that point, but also knew like the person we're actually talking to in customer support, you know, they don't, you know, it's not their fault either. But it was definitely a communication issue, mainly. Yeah, that's a lot of games. More than I will probably ever play in my lifetime. Yeah, you can do that on GOG. Yeah, I haven't done it until recently, but it's a quite nice function. But they can be a bit finicky, as Amita says. For example, my Steam, like, it got added with all the games. But when I actually look, you know, into the connection, it says that it's like offline for some reason. The Epic integration works fine, but yeah, others are kind of like finicky. You might have to kind of like patch it manually or kind of like edit some files to make it work proper. Yeah, you would think that decks, you know, but yeah, that's how it went. And to be fair, in Germany, it's also like very behind when it comes to like internet in the first place. You know, having like 100 or 50 to 100 MB per second connection is, you know, very fast nowadays here. Like, you can be lucky if you get 250, which is what I have. It's like the maximum what I can have here. Whereas in like other countries I have like gigabyte download, you know, rates. But yeah, the main issue is that like most of internet connections are still based on copper wires here. And they don't have the, how's it called? Kind of like the new standard of like internet connections, I guess, and wiring. So that's kind of like still very much limiting, you know, connection speeds, and it's like really bad in the rural areas. Like I live in a town, so it's like not too bad here. But if you're like in a village or something, then like internet can be horrific. Sometimes you think it would be nice to disconnect sometimes. True. Or you both have a 1 gigabyte per second connection. Oh yeah. Yeah, so it's possible here in Germany, but you would have to have like the new standard, and you know, a lot of places are not wired for that. Or you would have to kind of like order someone to actually wire it for you, specifically for your, you know, place. But yeah, shit's ridiculous here. But the good thing is, you know, Europeans realize that maybe it's not the best idea to be so dependent on American IT infrastructure. So there's actually lots of initiatives to build out European IT infrastructure, you know, like cloud-based solutions, servers, you know, kind of like, I forgot the English name for it, Rechenzentren, it's called in German, like large server rooms basically. So yeah, it seems to kind of like at least develop in a good direction. Oh, that's nice, Dex. Yeah, thankfully I'm also very like a customer with my internet provider for a long time, so I also got a better deal than the average customer would get. Ah, yeah, that was what I was looking for, the word fiber optics. Yeah. Yeah, here you would have to kind of like contract someone to actually, you know, set that up for you first. You can't just, you know, always have it by default.
How were things, you know, before all this?
Before the curse. It was a busy and exciting time. Charles immersed himself in the community here. He had a hand in everything. The people came to rely on him. I'm sure they look to someone else now, but I can't imagine it's the same.
Yeah, for sure, Dex. You know, it's good to not feel too dependent, because you never know when, you know, a relationship might sour, and what that could, for example, mean for, you know, access to certain resources, you know. And, you know, some countries are definitely more dependent than others. Something I noticed in Ireland quite a lot, you know. Because Ireland, on one hand, is kind of like very dependent on America, because so many tech firms out of America have headquarters there, or like banks and stuff. So have like lots of money income there due to the, you know, previously also low taxes. And then we also have another dependency, which is with the import of lots of goods, you know, which we often get out of England, for example. And that actually leads to some of the stuff being super expensive that they have to import. And yeah, I mean, you know, if that wouldn't work out like that anymore, that could definitely be, you know, yielding devastating results. Yeah, like island countries are definitely, you know, even more special in terms of like how cut off they might be otherwise from, you know, other countries. Yeah, that's true. Yeah, I heard that too about Hawaii, you know, being super expensive. And I mean, it makes sense if you have to import so much.
What can you tell me about the esteemed Governor Haskell?
Fairfax Haskell is well read and educated, but at times his back can be too stiff. He shares Charles's interest in the unknown, but his passion seems less than practical. He's an academic.
Still, good to know our patron has some understanding of our work. We met the captain too, along with the huntress, Thickskin. Do you know them?
I find Thickskin Newsmith's manner a little frightening, but I think she has a good heart. A fine hunter by all accounts. Captain Pennington comes with a reputation for soldiering. He comports himself with a wry dignity, but I suspect that beneath it all, he's just sad. Charles thought so too. There are wounds beneath Saul Pennington's armor, he said, that time and God have not yet healed.
Ah, interesting, Dex. Yeah, I didn't know that, you know, spam was also so big in Hawaii either. But it's really interesting, isn't it? Like, another country that also has like a similar situation is Korea, I think, isn't it? Where they also, like, during the World Wars, you know, canned spam was like, you know, often used and brought by the soldiers. And now it's like kind of like a food staple and they use it in like tons of stuff. But it's always interesting, you know, I really love food from that perspective, you know, of the history it sometimes offers, you know, and the insight. One of the reasons I love tasting history with Max Miller so much on YouTube. He's kind of like a food content creator that does deep dives into dishes and their history and, you know, where they came from. There's also a few other channels that do similar content. Check out Spam Musubi, it's essentially Spam Sushi. Yeah, that sounds interesting. I would have to taste it. I'm not like a huge sushi fan, like I would eat it and I would gladly have a few pieces, but I couldn't finish like an entire plate. I think it would be too much for me. But I would try it. For sure.
Is there anything we should know about?
Lord, deliver me, for I cannot endure this. I cannot endure it, and Charles does not deserve it.
Anything at all, Esther. Please.
I have felt Charles present about the house. His ghost lingers. He needs help.
If he's here, I promise I will know no rest until he has his.
You can count on us.
We'll start with the house.
Charles's papers are gathered in his office. Take what you need.
Thank you, Esther.
We'll take a look around, if that's all right.
May I be of any help?
You stay put. We'll find the way.
You have unlocked your first hint. It contains important information about the person it is linked to. You can refer to these hints at any given moment through your Haunting Cases menu. Ah yeah, so that's the map here. Let's see how far I can zoom out. Yeah, quite a bit. But of course a lot of it is unfogged. I like the kind of like old map style that they've chosen here. Dr. Darling, you finished Metal Gear Solid 3 Delta yesterday evening. The game is definitely not worth 80 euros. It's more clunky and unresponsive than the original, and the engine optimization is terrible. Oh, really? Yeah, I've seen like a little bit of gameplay of it. It looked quite fun to me. I mean, it's the Metal Gear Solid game that I most look forward to playing eventually, you know, from a setting standpoint and the environments, and the gameplay looked really good. But I'm not sure if I would say that it's worth 80 bucks either. And yeah, I saw that the game has like a choice, right? You can choose between the classic and the updated controls. So I wonder if there's like a difference between like how responsive the classic versus the updated fields. I watched a YouTuber play it on the updated you know, controls, and it seemed like he was having a decent enough time with it. But yeah, I can imagine the engine optimization being like a bit of a struggle. It's like based on Unreal Engine, isn't it? Next, it's a slice of spam on rice with seaweed wrap and usually drizzled with a teriyaki style glaze. I do love teriyaki style sauce. That sounds really good, actually, the combination. You actually make me hungry right now. Like when you talked about teriyaki sauce, my mouth like literally started to water. The gameplay is a 1-to-1 copy of original, so if you want to play it, get the master collection that includes 1, 2, 3 and is cheaper. I gotcha. That's definitely fair. Yeah, I mean, eventually I would like to play it. I'm not sure if I'm gonna do it as part of the historic order run, because I'm not really too sure how serious you can take the historical standpoint of it. But having watched the beginning of the game, you know, when the YouTuber played it, it seemed to me like it had actually lots of references, you know, like to the Cold War. I'm not sure, you know, if it manages to really immerse yourself in it. Like I saw some cutscenes and like Ocelot's introduction, and not gonna lie, that kinda took me out of it a bit. Just the presentation of it. But I guess that's just, you know, the style. Unreal Engine 5, yeah. Yeah, so many games having optimization problems with that one. If you want a game about Cold War, MGS3 is perfect. Yeah. Yeah, there's definitely a few games to choose from when it comes to Cold War era. But yeah, I will have to think about it. It's definitely not locked in yet, and for now I'm only just worrying about, you know, until the year 1945. But eventually, of course, we're gonna carry on with the history. To understand why Ghost lingers in the Incarnate, you must gather hints about each involved inhabitant. Once the hints have all been uncovered, the inhabitant's intent is disclosed, and you may complete your investigation. Okay, understand why Charts lingers. Although the path held surprises and many bad omens, Red and Tia at last reached New Eden Town and set out in search of a friend, the Reverend Charles Davenport. Verifax Haskell, governor of New Eden, informed the Banishers that Charles was dead. After confirming that their contract to lift the curse from New Eden still stood, Antea and Red visited Esther, Charles' widow, distraught and grieving. She told the Banishers something disturbing. She told them she felt him present. Indeed, yeah, there's many games, and the closer we get to modern times, the denser, you know, the amount of games per century will become too. A New Scotch Time in G Major by Henry Purcell.
Purcell? Could you find nothing better?
These days, I lack the heart to play.
Can't believe you brought your pianoforte to New England.
It cost a fortune. But you cannot part a pianist from their beloved keys.
207 years away. Yeah, just a bit. But I mean, in the grand scheme of things, you know, that's not that many years. Considering where we started. Letter from Eleanor Coombs. November 1694. My dearest Charles, how delighted I was to read your words. It is always a pleasure to hear from you, and to know that yourself and your beloved Esther are doing well. I've contacted our brothers in London, but unfortunately we could not find anything in our archives that matches the description of the events you have experienced in New Eden. Be that as it may, pestilence and never-ending winters are phenomena perhaps too broad for us to pinpoint the exact cause. I can give you no better answer, be it sorcery, the presence of an ichor, or something else entirely, we cannot say. All I can do is invite you to continue your research and to take note of all of your observations. Our brotherhood of St. Paul's Stowe has so little presence in the New World. Any new information shall be precious indeed. Please stay safe, my friend. Yours truly, Eleanor Coombs.
I didn't know Eleanor and Charles were still in touch.
The St. Paul Brotherhood is a tie that binds. Charles was so eager to continue his research here in New Eden. If only we had known what would befall us.
Ah, gotcha, Dr. Darling. That's really cool. It would be so nice to actually have, you know, a full PC board. And also with really good cooling, you know, for those hot summer days. Because, yeah, with a laptop you can't really do that much, I guess. I mean, for laptops, I know there's kind of like, there's like pads, right? Where you can like place the laptop on, and then it has like fans that cool it from below or something. But yeah, having like a full PC board, you know, with a proper cooling system, that's gonna be much better.
Have you received other visitors?
Most dare not leave their homes. Although Mr. Bachelor came to see me. That was nice of him. Where are you staying, my dears?
The governor had a room prepared for us in the schoolhouse.
The schoolhouse? Wouldn't you rather stay here? You'd be more comfortable.
It's very kind, but we've a long day ahead of us. Don't want to bother you.
I don't have much. But promise me you'll come for dinner tomorrow. For old time's sake.
Of course.
Esther, some food and ale for you. Sorry for your loss. Your neighbors hold you in their hearts. Yeah, for sure, that's understandable, Dr. Darling. I do like the fact that you can, you know, kind of like switch out parts over the years, and, you know, you might only have to switch out, like, for example, CPU, you know. You don't have to switch the entire system. Thanks for the lurk, Dr. Darling. Music essay. Sadness in Interval, or Study of the Aeolian Scale by Heinrich Pietri. A study of H. Purcell's Chaconne in G minor for strings by E. Davenport.
Charles is still here and Esther is completely distraught.
She lost him, and now he's back, a ghastly figure. It must be unbearable. I can still picture him crafting your very first Bane ring.
You sound much more fond of the moment now than you were back then. Bit green for an actual haunting, you said.
You were. Still, you did all right.
Thanks for the lurker, Mita. I hope you enjoy your nap, dude. Actually, one thing I want to check here, if there's a motion blur feature. Oh yeah. I'm gonna actually turn it off, because I don't like the motion blur too much in this game. Especially for the camera. Chess piece. A precious king from a chess set, protected by a glass dome.
That's from the set he taught me with. I'd know it anywhere.
Did he keep it to remind him of his favourite?
Or to remind him that he had yet to beat me.
Ah, cool. Very old map here. But I don't think we can really do much with it. I have like a giant book just of like historical maps, like world maps and specific maps. So this would be like one of those you would actually be able to see in the book, like one of many. A card book from Charles' personal collection. Tod für die Toten by Balthasar Hans Freenhofer. So that's German actually. It's death for the dead. And it's half of a phrase that is kind of like their slogan here, right? It's like life to the living, death to the dead. Only the German version here. None of this side of the water and few on the other know that I came to New Eden as a minister in order to pursue research into the new world on behalf of the Brotherhood of St. Paul's Stowe. And what strangeness have I found? There are ghosts here, yes, old and innumerable, but they are quiet. I shall never say the word aloud, but I suspect there to be witches. And if I find one, I shall very much like to ask her for her story. Very cool, because I wasn't too sure how this might be connected to the, witches and witch hunts. Because, as I mentioned before, the famous Salem trials happened about 3 years prior to this. So it wouldn't surprise me if some of the, ghosts are maybe also, previous women that have been accused of being witches. Would be interesting. Would give us another connection to a very important historic event. Theological book from Charles' personal collection. Formicarius by Johannes Nieder. A lot of German sounding names here. Fortalitium Fidei by Alfonso de Spina. So there's the story thing. I want to investigate everything else first.
Remember when he started to wear these to look wiser and older?
He was hiding his hair loss.
Faith always was his beacon in the darkness.
In people as much as in God. He's a good man.
Scribbled Bible verses. Job 7:13-15. When I say, my bed shall comfort me, my couch shall ease my complaints, then thou scarest me with dreams, and terrifies me through visions. so that my soul chooses strangling and death rather than my life. She comes to me in dreams.
Charles's notes mention Job, chapter 7, verses 13 to 15.
I'll look for that reference.
Red, you dropped something.
What do all these dreams have in common? Are they the promise of a doomsday or a nightmare coming? Visions? Foreshadowing? Is someone behind this? Who is the real target and what caused this anger to burst forth? I need to know how it gets into our heads. Sleep no longer offers rest, and this cannot perdure.
These notes are erratic ramblings. Charles was worried about the curse plaguing the settlers' dreams.
How malicious is this curse, tormenting people in their beds?
There we go, a new hint. Charles was worried about the influence of the threatening spirits had on the settlers' dreams. Where do nightmares come from? I remember the teaching of my masters, may God bless their souls, against the threatening unknown when the common knowledge is not enough to understand the situation. The sagacious and pious man will wisely turn to the very roots of his art, the words, the meaning, and the power hidden in each of them. Nightmare has nothing to do with a nocturnal female horse, as in the French cauchemar or the German Nachtmar. Mare here comes from the 12th century Middle Dutch and means ghost or demon. A nightmare is not a puny fiend sneaking into the bedrooms to suffocate the dreamers, but one of the rarest and most powerful spirits defined by its only purpose, to spread its insidious and unforgiving wrath upon any living soul it may reach. According to my research, no occult has ever successfully banished a nightmare. But why? Could a nightmare be more than a ghost? I'm afraid so. I remember a disturbing poem I read in London in my younger years about the terrifying abilities of such entity, supposedly able to penetrate the dreams of its targets, to influence their thoughts and perception, and make them endure the worst fear. Able even to bend the distance or alter time, creating tantalizing and personalized nightmares its victims can't hope to escape from. Such a petrifying concept. I pray God with all my heart and soul that this is not what has risen upon us. How would we then escape despair, death, and doom? I need more information, but where to find them? Also, be right back. Alright, I'm back. Silver brooch habitually worn by Charles Davenport, engraved with a distinctive three-hilted sword. That looks exactly like the Staff of Eden symbol.
Charles always wore this brooch.
His things are untouched. Nothing's moved.
You know, Staff of Eden, Pieces of Eden, the town of New Eden. Coincidence? I don't think so. Lo, children are an heritage of a lord, and the fruit of a womb is his reward. Psalm 127, 3. Three drops of lavender oil in chamomile infusion before sleep. Wintergreen to rub between palms and behind ears 3 times a day. If restlessness persists, use lemon balm. Evelyn. Okay, so we got medicated there. My dearest sister, Charles is dead. I cannot tell right from left. I cannot tell which day it is, or how long ago my Charles departed. My word has come undone. Nothing happened as it was supposed to. I couldn't attend the burial. The shame of it. How I have failed my dear husband. I just could not find the strength to leave the house and walk to the place where Charles died, there to see him buried. Lord have mercy on us and guide our friends to us before it is too late. New Eden will not last much longer without my beloved husband to protect it. I do not have any words left in me, but I thought that you, who loved him so, should know of his passing. My love, Esther.
Esther couldn't attend Charles's burial.
Yeah, that could explain why he's lingering around. You know, if she didn't actually deal herself with a departure. Maybe she's, you know, what keeps him alive, really, you know, as a ghost. Because she can't deal with a loss. 11 days until Claws of Avaji. That's true, yeah. I'm looking forward to see some gameplay of it.
Poor woman. That's terrible for her.
Esther never got to say farewell to Charles.
I could have made him manifest.
Now that we know why he might be back, we should go investigate the cemetery where he was found. Remember how they used to argue about books we hadn't read, like we weren't there?
Oh, you actually listened. I'd always let my mind wander.
Bundle of letters from Charles, 21st day of February, 1687. My sweet Esther, I can't tell you how much I long to get home. This work in the mystical Scottish Highlands is exciting. I can't argue with that, but I miss the sweetness of our home. However, I know that the few months I have left away from your loving arms will be a great benefit to me. Through this experience, I will increase my knowledge, and all this I do to protect you from those dark worlds that swirl around us. It is your love and trust that pushes me into these mysterious entrenchments, that pushes me to do my best. It is for you that I do this, for when I can see the pride in your eyes, then I know what role I play on this earth. I know that I can be stronger. I know that I can do anything, as long as you look at me with a spark that is only yours. That could also explain it, you know. Like, he has to have that, you know, confirmation of his love. before I can do something, and that would also mean, you know, departing into the other world, I guess. Fifth day of January, 1685. My beloved Esther, how I long to hold you in my arms. The announcement of our marriage was to my heart as a delicacy on my palate, a sweet of which one cannot tire. At last we shall be together, and together forever and ever, until the day many years from now when we are old and at last death separates us. For only death can extinguish the love between us, and I am sure that not even death can undo the tenderness I feel for you. I want everything to be perfect for our marriage, and I will make it so. I will write to you every day until the blessed moment when I can finally shed the weight of letters and tell you in person every day how I feel about you. I am thinking of you, your love forever, Charles. I wonder if there's more dialogue options now that we have investigated the bedroom and the study.
Esther, I'm sorry to trouble you once more.
How may I help?
Has the curse brought with it nightmares?
Yes. I've had nightmares. I suspect we all have. Charles warned that something was stalking our dreams, that it had a use for us, that we needed to fight it with all God's might. But now Charles is gone, and my nightmares have changed. In my sleep, I see my husband falling, screaming into the abyss. All hear him. None respond. He plummets on into the bottomless pit. Poor Charles.
With all that's happened, how are you bearing up?
This all feels so unreal. Just one more nightmare from which I cannot wake.
It seems so now, but that will change. I promise.
Was there something I should have done differently? Did I fail him? Did I fail Charles?
None of this is your fault.
I do not want to believe he is gone. He cannot be gone. I do not permit him to be gone.
You're in pain, and that might have brought him back. Maybe he lingers because you suffer.
We'll do what we can to ease your pain. And we'll do what we can for Charles.
Yeah, I think that's our answer, yeah?
We must make our way to the cemetery.
Please be careful, dear Antea.
What will you do for my Charles?
If he's present, we'll find him. Then we'll ask him what he wants us to do.
Must I see him too?
First, let's find out what happened. After that, we'll see.
Best get started. Time may be against us.
You'll be all right.
I doubt it, but I'll do my work all the same. We came here to help Charles, and help Charles we shall. Ask around. See what people will tell you. I'll go to the cemetery and do the same. Be careful.
Aye. You too.
Ah, there's a shop.
I must take a moment by myself. Excuse me.
Get out of my way.
Jesus. The docks are closed for sabotage by fire. All trade to Boston, Marblehead, Salem, etc. is cut until the saboteur is caught. That's cool. So Salem is even mentioned now. So we have witches and Salem mentioned at this point. Wonder if there's going to be more.
A wisp. So close to town. Where are you leading me?
More of you?
Well, you tried.
No one is safe here. Most of these people died fighting. Someone didn't want them here.
As a Banisher can view places or objects that have been marked by ghosts. When in close proximity of these elements, your Bane rings will be triggered and light up with an orange aura. Walk around to find the source.
I've seen more graves here than I've met settlers. Many dead in more recent years. A memory lingers here. I might be able to reveal it.
Rituals. Memories of the dead linger here. To reveal them, you must gather the necessary resources. Okay, so there's a hearkening, a make manifest, and summon a scourge. Need to find some seashore candles. A medium-sized plant with thin, long leaves and star-shaped flowers, composed of 5 yellow petals, grows close to water.
If I mix the stones I found earlier with seashore candle, that might do it.
He's so close to water. But I definitely think it would be in the cemetery area though. There it is.
Call this a fight?
Why didn't you wait for us, old friend? I swear I'll make it up to you.
Okay, so we're gonna do the hearkening ritual here. This ritual helps one to time into a fading but persistent memory left by a lingering ghost through compelling words, carving, or drawing of a Leo constellation.
In each stain hides a story.
In the name of the Lord, I command you. Be gone from this place!
You do not command me, clergyman.
Who are you, ghost? Unveil yourself!
Well, since you ask so politely...
Who are you?
I am everything you've ever feared.
Be gone! You have no shell, no ties, no purpose.
No, but neither do you.
Damn it. That thing he faced.
Facing the terrifying entity threatening New Eden, Charles Davenport's heart gave out.
What was it?
Intent obtained. Yeah. Yeah, I think we got all the parts now. Charles's Bible. Found half buried in the mud of a cemetery. It's open at Job 7:13-15. When I say my bed shall comfort me, my couch shall ease my complaints, then woe scares me with dreams and terrifies me through visions, so that my soul chooses strangling and death rather than my life. This tie is doused with the essence of Charles' ghost. After a closure performed by Antea, the bond between the ghost and the word will be severed for good.
The tie that binds his ghost. With it, I can make him manifest. Back to his grave, then.
Okay. Make manifest. Force a ghost or spectre to appear. Using or knowing the tie that binds the ghost to the incarnate is generally necessary. Such a ritual may be channeled through compelling words, carving, or drawing of the Taurus constellation.
Now is a good time for we old friends to talk. We've come too far, Red and I, not to see you one last time. Your pupil has become the master. If we fight, I'll beat you. Come on, Charles. Join me now. I know you're here. I know you're here. You know me, Ghost. I only wish to talk. Esther worries.
Antea. Here. At last. Oh, poor Esther. I'm so sorry, my friend. So sorry for us all.
What happened? What's going on here?
Sad to say, dear friend. I made a mistake. And it cost me my life. Is Red with you? There is no time to waste.
Why did you not wait for our help?
The threat was rising. Despair growing. There were so many dead, Antea. So much sickened flesh. So many afflicted souls. There was no more time.
Do you know how this curse began?
What prompted it, I do not know. Nor do I know when. Many months ago, certainly. But I do know this. This nightmare chose New Eden for a reason.
So, a ghost.
This one is different. Implacable. Very clever. Many magnitudes more ferocious than a spectre, and just as relentless.
Before you died, you investigated the curse. What did you learn?
That our enemy is deceptive and merciless. That we should not underestimate its power.
We?
I am dead, dearest Antea. But I am a Banisher yet. I may still teach you.
If I allow you, which I do not.
Antea, do not repeat my mistakes. If a nightmare curses New Eden, you need all the help you can get. Its presence felt strongest in the meeting house. Perhaps the light of God there forced it to fight its ground. I had the building closed. The worst of the malevolence is contained, but it won't stay locked up for long.
I thought nightmares were a myth.
A nightmare is the rarest of ghosts. A powerful, insidious spirit, birthed by tragedy most dreadful.
How do I banish it?
There is meager wisdom in the texts. What little there is says it cannot be banished at all.
If it's a ghost, I can't banish it. You took notes, I suppose? Where might I find them?
They vanished. In the days before my death. Perhaps I mislaid them. Which is not like me. If you find them, read them carefully. Perhaps I missed something. Something important.
We'll banish it, Red and I. Our good friend's death shall not go unpunished.
Be warned. This nightmare is too angry to be persuaded. And too powerful to be destroyed.
Your death pains us greatly. Your return pains me too.
I know. For my part, I'm glad to have seen you one last time. To have had the chance to warn you.
How did this nightmare kill you?
I believed that I could come to the cemetery and make it manifest. To my initial delight, it worked. I now suspect it came by choice. It seemed amused, as if it were a pleasant game to weigh my measure as a man.
What did it look like?
I don't know. When it manifested, it appeared as Esther. My dear Esther. I did not see its true face, but I heard a woman. Not Esther, someone else. She was laughing. I felt her gaze. My heart froze. I died. The spirit is vengeance pure. The ghost of one who was terribly wronged.
I've heard your warning. You can go.
No, I must remain. Esther needs my protection. My flock needs me too.
You know how this works. You know I won't allow that.
I am still myself, Antea. With time, I'll grow stronger. I can help you.
The longer you haunt Esther, the hungrier you'll be. You know this.
This is different. I'm the Reverend Charles Davenport, your friend and mentor. You know me. You know I am a good man.
I knew you. You were a good man. Now you are a ghost, and I cannot let that stand. But I swear it, the nightmare will end, and Red and I shall do the ending. Charles Davenport was a good man, and a fine mentor.
And you a fine student, though you took a hard line. I never could unpick that from your character. Has life tempered you since?
Life has tempered my steel. Death and the manner of it has made you the very thing you once opposed. Goodbye, Charles. Peace on your soul. Remembrance on your...
Antea, wait.
Wait for what? We're banishers. Death to the dead.
Let Esther choose for herself.
Oh, Lord, please don't ask me to do that.
Esther, my good wife, and the very best. I miss you so.
Oh, dear Lord, Charles, why are you here? Why have you come back? You must leave, please.
I must stay. I must protect you. The thing in the meeting house feeds on our torment. I should have known better. I know better now.
Antea, give Charlie the ascent he deserves.
Charles Davenport, you have no reason to stay. Go. Let Esther grieve in peace.
Save her, my friends. And save yourselves. Save them all.
I'll walk Esther home.
I'll do it. The women can talk.
Then all the way to the schoolhouse and make the bed. Charles is at rest now. Antea, she gave him the care he needed.
Hello there, Dobbledore. Welcome in. And good day. I really like Antea's character.
My Charles. Where do you think he is now?
He's... I don't know.
I miss the warmth of his hands. His calm presence in our house. If I close my eyes, I can picture him. He's in a place where sunlight chases the snow away. It is warm and there is fresh milk. The sheets are cleaned and pressed and folded. Nothing can ever be the matter.
You're right. He's at peace, and you deserve to rest.
I like the seriousness of Antea and her conviction, you know. I can only tell the very end when she's like letting a tear drop that, you know, she did really struggle with, you know, having one of her oldest friends be banished, but her convictions as a banisher, you know, are prioritizing better of a friend at that moment, which I think was important, you know, because as she says, his presence as a ghost, you know, is not the same as him as a human and might end up feeding more and more on the terror of his widow, even if he doesn't want to initially.
I'm sorry. I'll miss him dearly. Tomorrow, we'll continue investigating the curse. Good night, Esther.
I am glad you are here. Both of you. We need you.
Alright, so we got our first ghost banished. And yeah, it turns out it was our very old friend Shards. Unfortunately. Requiescat in pace. But for Riovo, may he rest in peace now. But it was good to actually have it, you know, be someone that the characters actively knew, you know. That way it also brings you closer as a player to, you know, what's happening. But yeah, so this shall be where we go ahead and take a break for now, but we're not yet done with today's stream. After the break, we're gonna carry on with more here and maybe even take on the next contract or whatever goals has to be banished next. And yeah, I'll be back in about 15 to 20, and then we shall play more of Banishers Ghosts of New Eden.
Knock. damned fool!
Could use a little extra food, me skirt's slipping.
I had only 2 or 10 beers.
Alright. Welcome back to more of Banishers, Ghosts of New Eden, and our very first playthrough as part of the Historical Order run. Hello there, Shaky, welcome in. Hello there, Rod, welcome in as well, dude. Thank you so much for the raid. And welcome in, Raiders. How is it going? How was your stream today?
May the Hidden One greet you. The Lord of the Duat awaits.
For anyone who didn't come in with a raid, if you haven't checked out Rod's channel before, then I would highly recommend doing so if you haven't already. He's a big fan also of historical games, including the Assassin's Creed games. And he's going to be starting his Assassin's Creed Valhalla playthrough tomorrow, I believe, as part of his Assassin's Creed series run. He's gonna do a Viking combat challenge where he can't use any, weaponry, and he has to fight instead unarmed and with unarmed focused abilities. So really cool playthrough coming up there. And yeah, he also played recently Until Dawn, doing a music focus only, so having all the other sound turned off and focusing on the cinematic and ambient soundtrack instead, and highlighting that as part of his playthrough. Hello there, I'm an Ambassador, welcome in as well, thank you for joining with a raid. And thank you so much also for the 3 months of tier 1 subbing in advance. Thank you so much, I'm an Ambassador. How's it going? And yeah, the game is going pretty good. I'm really enjoying it so far, I have to say. The atmosphere, the narrative, the writing, the story, it's all really, really good. I love the voice acting too. We kind of play as a Banisher couple. And yeah, they're both really cool and like, the voice acting, like one of them has a pretty heavy Scottish accent. Which is cool to see in a game, you don't really have it that often, I don't think. And, his companion, Antea, I think is her name. She sounds quite different, but she has a very, like, serious demeanor about her, and she's really tough in a way, but in a really good way. So I quite like both characters and how they, kind of like interact with each other, but also with others. And yeah, it's really cool, having like a historical game that focuses a bit more on the supernatural in a way, like ghosts and witches and curses, specters, that kind of stuff. But definitely still immerses yourself in the setting, like, yeah, you're gonna see ghosts, of course, and all that type of stuff, but it actually talks about, some social context for, why that was kind of like a prevalent topic at the time, like folklore, witch hunts, ghosts and curses, it was very much a thing in this particular history, and it's the reason why the Salem witch trials were just 3 years before this game takes place. And it's really cool because witches and the city of Salem have actually been mentioned before already, quite early in the game, so we kind of already had that reference there in a further sense. But yeah, I'm quite enjoying it. Yeah, the gameplay, is maybe like more basic in a way, but definitely far from being, bad or anything. It's like fairly linear, and you have like a button to like, press parkour down and up. And, the combat is kind of a bit like God of War-like, but simpler, I guess. So yeah, I quite like it so far. Hello there, Seraph, welcome in, dude. In South, try leeches. For some reason my Stream Deck isn't really playing the sound bit.
I make my own luck.
This one worked. But the inside one doesn't work for me. Yeah, like most of my I think StreamerBot may have a connection issue with Twitch or something. It doesn't. Well, that's weird. I guess I have to go into the channel points then to redeem an insult. But yeah, we also just had the shoutout not working either, so not sure what's up there. Maybe Twitch integration is having some general issues? Because the shoutout is independent from my channel point redeems.
So don't try and run before you can walk, because you still got a long way to go.
Remember that, Seraph? Hello there, Hipsu. Welcome in as well. Good day. Thank you for welcome back, Rod and Hipsu. Rod, the stream was good, thanks. Got to chapter 3 and 4 covered. Thanks so much for the shoutout. That's really good, Rod. I'm glad it went well. But you also make good progress, and yeah, especially considering, you know, how much time it might take to let, you know, music play out. And also to kind of like realize when it has looped or not. But that's really good progress. So, how many chapters did the game have in total? And yeah, no verse of a shoutout either. If Rod was from AC3, he would be Rod Lee. That sounds like something that Arctic could say. Bear good here, counting down the hours till the weekend. Hell yeah, dude. Yeah, hopefully that's, you know, gonna at least in feeling happen quickly for you. You remember seeing the trailer for this and thinking you would enjoy it? You like the concept behind it? Yeah, I definitely think you would. It seems to me quite similar in some ways to Vampire in terms of like how they handle the narrative and, you know, having choices. The writing quality and, yeah, kind of combining historical and, you know, supernatural elements. Definitely reminds me of a concept of Vampire for sure. And I think also the combat, you know, it definitely seemed to me like they might have based it on the same kind of combat, but changed it for this game. But given that I haven't actually played Vampire yet, I'm not too sure. That's just like from, you know, observing, for example, you play Vampire. But yeah, it seems to kind of like go in a similar vein, I guess. Although the setting, of course, isn't nearly as modern as Vampire is. That can be tricky sometimes. In total there's 10. You have to do more than one pass-through, because you focus on getting all the characters to die. However, there are multiple spots where they can die. Ah. Yeah, that's definitely tricky then. Especially since you also can't just, you know, replay too easily either, can you? At least without erasing the previous save. But it can be quite tricky in those kind of games, you know, with so many outcomes. Not just for the end of the game, but throughout the game. To kind of organize it in a way where you know, okay, this is where I have to do that choice. I think I would be quite stressed in a playthrough like that. Making sure I always, you know, cover the right choices. But I guess the extra time, you know, waiting for music to play out, it might also help with that. But yeah, so we just arrived in New England. And we have actually banished the first ghost in the game. The person that actually called us here to take care of a bigger curse, you know, he was the ghost that had to be banished. Unfortunately, he died to the curse. So we had to say goodbye to an old friend.
Good day to you, madam. Antea Duarte is my name. May I ask yours?
Duarte? Duarte, you came with the Banisher, did you not?
I am the Banisher.
Right. So you're the face of hope, are you? You're what my tithes are buying. Let me have a look at you. Huh, right. Well, I hope I'm wrong. Bathsheba Ingersoll, or I was last time I looked.
Rob, it's true. Best would recommend that you create another profile and then do the note-taking of musical changes using that as well. That's a really good point, actually. Yeah, have like multiple profiles that you can switch between. One for each, you know, kind of like playthrough. Because as long as you're kind of like locked in your main account where you have the game, you can easily, you know, use another profile, I guess, instead. Yeah, that's actually a really good idea.
Tell me about your store.
Why? Would you like to buy some china? Some porcelana? A linen dress?
That's about all we have left. You'll be shocked to learn that there is little demand for the finer things in life, and we have next to no supply of the staples. I should have gone when I had the chance. I suppose beneath it all, I'm an optimist. And that makes me a fool.
What can you tell me about the town meeting house?
The minister closed it down. Said it was dangerous. Imagine.
Worship is dangerous now.
Do you remember when and why?
The when is difficult to say. I admit I have lost track of time with the dullness of the days.
It may seem like an odd question, but may I ask if the curse has brought you bad dreams?
Every time I close my eyes, I'm in the store. Coins fall from the ceiling, only a few at first. When they hit the floor, they break. Like rotten teeth. Or finger bones, perhaps. The trickle becomes rain. A cascade smashing down to flood the store. I try to flee, but the flood rises too fast. I drown in shards of broken bone. There. Aren't you glad you asked?
Yeah, that sounds like a nightmare, alright.
What can you tell me about the curse?
Did Haskell not lay it out? We freeze, and at the same time, we rot. Minister Davenport said he'd summoned the best banisher there is. Can you lift the curse?
In my experience, most curses are actually hauntings. And while ghosts are treacherous, they're not invincible.
Well, I'd like to tell you I find that a comfort, but I'm afraid I would be lying.
A very good day to you, madame.
You're optimistic too, then. Aren't we the fools?
Yeah, I have to say I'm guilty of that. I'm definitely more of an optimist too. I guess I believe that you always have the agency to make things, you know, better in some way. So instead of like lamenting about how bad things are, I'd rather like do an action to try to, you know, make things better. Nightmares? Try leeches. But the nightmare is about leeches. Exactly, try leeches. Only once you try leeches, you will get rid of a nightmare. Because then a nightmare has become reality.
Good day, sir.
You'll be one of Haskell's Banishers, I take it.
Antea Duarte. You may meet Red McWraith about the place.
Hugh Bachelor. The governor had me prepare the schoolhouse for your comfort. It has fallen out of use. Will that be all?
Freddy Krueger, my speciality. The nightmare becoming reality.
What can you tell me about the curse?
New Eden is scrutinized by God. Better days lie ahead if his servants remain humble and true.
I've come to help. Be a good and humble servant and tell me about the curse.
I'll not waste my time. We, madam, have prayed for salvation, and you are not it.
Yeah, you sure about that? Thank you for the lurk, Seraph. And hello, Vaora. Welcome in, citizen.
Citizen, I need that money. Citizens. Citizens! Citizens! Citizen! Citizens.
Citizen. How's it going, Aura? Welcome in. And hello, Vasadie. Welcome in as well. Good day. Welcome in to you. How is it going for you as well? I hope you're having a good day. And yeah, I'm doing good. I have the day off, so getting to relax a bit and yeah, play some of Banishers. It's my first ever playthrough as part of the Historical Order run. It's an interesting one because it has a more supernatural nature. You know, dealing heavily with ghosts, of course, as the title implies, but also witches, curses, specters, and the likes. But it's very atmospheric, created by the developers behind Vampire, if you heard about that game. I need that money, citizen. It's going, but it's Friday too, so huzzah, indeed. Yeah, weekend coming up. Definitely looking forward to it. Really well, thanks. Got a new job, so you're vibing. Oh, hell yeah, Sadie, that's awesome. Congratulations on, you know, getting the new job. That's awesome. So, when will you be starting it? Like, next month?
Do you have bad dreams, Mr. Bachelor?
You don't want to hear about those.
Try me.
In my sleep, chanting demons defile our precious meeting house and burn it to the ground. 2 poor souls are trapped inside. A man and a woman, screaming oaths and curses in strange tongues. I wake with a start and rush to the window. I am relieved to see the meeting house still standing.
Did you know the Reverend Davenport thought the meeting house haunted?
I did know that. To his shame, the late minister ended services and closed the meeting house. No wonder we are where we are.
And what do you think sits in the meeting house?
Miss, if the devil sits in our meeting house, it means that we, the people of New Eden, have failed to repudiate his works. Obviously.
I gotcha, Sadie. That's really cool, though. It's nice to be able to switch it up a bit, you know, and try something different to what we were doing before.
Where are the children?
Several died of fever. We could see disaster coming. We thought we'd have to bury them all. We sent the children to safety. We sent them away.
That can't have been easy. It can't be easy now.
No. No, it is not.
No verse of a shout out, Sadie, either. I hope your Syndicate playthrough has been going well. Welcome back, Amita. You have to go again soon. You hope the game is going well. No worries at all, Amita. I hope you had a good nap. And yeah, it's going pretty good. We banished the first ghost now, so we finished the first investigation. And yeah, now it's about to understand the greater curse afflicting this town in the next step.
Farewell, Mr. Bachelor, and you may wish us luck.
I shall not wish you luck. I shall wish you salvation.
Do not wish me luck, for we make our own luck here. Oh, very cool, Sadie. Yeah, that's definitely understandable. You know, there's so much to do in Syndicate. And some of that stuff can also be a bit, you know, grindier in nature. So, yeah, definitely understandable to take care of it off stream too. This part of town is closed by the governor's decree. It really is closed. A mouth harp. Talk about one of the most American sounding instruments I know. This reminds me of Red Dead Redemption 2. You know, on some benches there's people playing the mouth harp too. And they really keep on going sometimes, you know, like they really have some jams. Oh yeah, there's so many helix stitches in that game. It's actually crazy. And also super difficult to find if you're like actively trying to find them. But yeah, getting the associate levels isn't too bad. I mean, for most of them you just have to get, you know, London fully liberated. But yeah, for a few of them, like the guy who organizes the races and the fight clubs and stuff, there's definitely a bit more grind and warfare. Or for one that gives you like all the kind of like heist missions and stuff.
We did the right thing. Charles was our friend.
I love you, Red McCraith.
But?
But when it comes to ghosts, your heart makes you reckless. It's dangerous.
Were you really about to banish Charles?
Okay, I mean, yeah, that wasn't Charts. Technically, it was the ghost of Charts. And that's not quite the same. But I think it's better to argue that in my position, you know, it's kind of like what Charts would have taught Antia. You keep doing the escorts and races and a helix glitch or chest appears and you're like, oh, shiny thing. Yeah, that's just how it is to play the AC games, isn't it? Like constantly getting distracted by like smaller collectibles or like shiny stuff floating about. But yeah, I definitely get it. I do also have that sensation in my brain with the AC games very often. She's so pretty. Yeah, she definitely is. I love the character models for both main characters. But I really like Antea a lot as a character. It's like very strong and tough type of character, but you know, she has a lot, you know, behind that too. And I love the voice acting on both of them.
Charles would have done the same for your ghost or mine.
I hope he'd have at least hesitated. Charles was a good man, full of love.
Banishing his ghost wouldn't have been easy, but it would have been right. Ghosts only bring misery, Red. Make no mistake, they steal life's essence from the living.
Aye. They don't always do it out of malice. Give them that.
That is true. But as I like to say, life to the living, death to the dead. And that's kinda like absolute in a way. At least in this kinda like, you know, Banisher association we're a part of. No worries, Aura, take your time.
We are banishers. We end suffering for those who live. We bring closure to those who don't.
A ghost may suffer too. A sin puts a gentler end to it.
But not a safer one. Better to banish and be sure.
Would you banish me? If it came to it?
You'll not escape me so easy. You I would bring back from the dead.
That's not funny.
I'd fill you with fresh essence. I'd give you so much essence you'd return bloated with life.
Steal essence from the living to feed my ghost. You wouldn't, eh?
Well, I feel like right now we're like more in a sarcastic mode, so I'm gonna roll with it.
I would. Then I'd kill you again for dying before I do.
Sometimes you scare me.
I know.
I think Charles was right. This thing in the meeting house could be how did he call it? A nightmare.
I really hope not. Such entities are legendary ghosts, even for banishers. We'll see tomorrow. Now, to sleep. This was a dreadful day.
Poor Charles.
Poor Esther.
Aye, poor Esther. Antea, she took her firebane. She says I'm the reckless one.
Quest completed. Landfall. Yeah, so I guess it doesn't matter even if you're a Banisher, you're still gonna be you're still gonna, you know, have to endure the nightmares. Banishers' techniques. As Banishers, we are no spiritual guides or inquisitors. We are ghost hunters for hire, specialized and sensitive crafters who train hard to protect the living through our rituals and knowledge about ghosts and specters. We are no cult. There's no hierarchy nor established dogma among us. The most obvious reason why a Banisher becomes a Banisher is because he or she wants to protect the living from the dead. Whatever the reason. We're efficient, adaptive, and versatile. Our community is sparse and nomadic, just like our predecessors were. We wander the world in search of living victims of the dead, cleansing haunting cases, using techniques tried and trusted, and honed by generations of masters and pupils. Releasing or banishing the ghosts, rarely blaming the living. Unlike puny sorcerers, we do not waste our time crafting enchanted rifles with a butt, barrel, and stock engraved with runes and other symbols of power for hunting specters or otherwise. Who would wish to depend on a single weapon? Instead, we bring our bane powder, prepared according to recipes handed down from generation to generation, rendering any firearm capable of shooting and damaging a supernatural target, no matter what the ammunition. Efficient, adaptive, versatile. Our knowledge of alchemy and botany helps us selecting minerals and plants whose properties will support our work. We do not waste time in libraries or schoolrooms. We do not waste our time drawing, carving, or engraving complex circuits of power, because what we gain in power or nuance, we lose twice as much or more in time, risking putting ourselves and those around us in unnecessary danger. Instead, a clever banisher carries stamps in wood or metal with which to mark a door, a wall, or stone with a necessary symbol for the appropriate ritual. We also wear rings upon our fingers with these symbols, so we always have a range of powerful runes close at hand, as it were. Efficient, adaptive, versatile. Thus we prevail, thus we fight, thus we send back the creeping dead where they are supposed to be. From Death to the Dead, by Balthasar H. Frenhofer. Ghostbusters ancestors. Pretty much, yeah, that's what it is. It is like historical Ghostbusters. Oh yeah, Dr. Darling. Welcome back, dude. And that's awesome that you're back home. Ancient techniques from the Banishers' kingdom. That it is. Okay, where's Antea? I reckon that she also had a nightmare.
Where are you? You're hardly in the meeting house, are you?
Or maybe we're still in the nightmare. That is a question, isn't it?
Who's there? Antea? Why would you go up there alone? Open. Antea! Don't suppose you spectres have seen Antea, have you?
I don't think the specters like to talk.
You're the boss and all, but you could have included me.
You know, it would be quite interesting if this was indeed a nightmare. Because, or at least, you know, the White Lady kind of like appearing maybe in form of Antea. Because when we banished Charles, our friend, you know, he tried to banish the nightmare, the White Lady. And when she manifested and appeared before him, he said to us that she had the face of his loved one, Esther. So the fact that Antea is away, which is kind of like singing this creepy song, you know, maybe the curse, the nightmare, is kind of like manifesting in form of Antea. Right here. I wonder.
See how they run, see how they run, see how they run. 3 blind mice, 3 blind mice. Run, see how they run, red. See how they run, see how they run. 3 blind mice. 3 blind mice, see how they run, see how they...
Antea?
Blind, all blind. Red, can't you see? We never stood a chance.
Antea, you hurt? Where are you?
I'm here, my love.
What happened?
I'm here, my love. How mundane.
Show yourself!
God came to the man in a dream and said, "Behold, thou art dead." But the man had done nothing wrong and said,
Lord, wilt thou also slay the righteous?
What?
Will you slay the righteous?
Be not alarmed. I bring you aid.
There is no aid. There is only dereliction.
Where's Antea? What have you done with her? Pause. Lady, if you hurt her...
You cling to love, a fool to the last. There is no love. There is only defilement.
No.
Okay, let me pause real quick. Hello, Vagislik. Welcome in, dude. Thank you so much for the raid. And how's it going? How was the stream today? Let me see if my shoutout works again. Okay, still doesn't. Then let me do it the old-fashioned way here. You are playing Warcraft 3? Oh, very nice. What did you play in Warcraft 3? Was it like a campaign or did you play like a custom mod or something? So for anyone who hasn't checked out Gislik's channel before, definitely consider doing so. He's playing a bunch of different games, but also including Assassin's Creed Shadows at the moment. Focusing on a meme run. And yeah, he's a great streamer. Definitely big fan of historical games too. The human campaign? Ah, nice. Man, it's been so long since I played Warcraft 3 last. But it was one of those games we used to play like together as friends, you know, whenever we came together to kind of like play locally or something. But we played lots of mods for like tower defense and Pokemon mods and whatever. But that was the cool thing about that game, you know, just like the amount of like different, you know, ways you could play the game. The side quests outside of Izumi castles, Izumi Setsu seem to require Yasuke to unlock. Oh, that's unfortunate. But yeah, makes sense, I guess. Considering, you know, that at some point you kinda have to unlock him. You can do the Kakurega missions just fine. Oh, that's cool. I wonder how much I actually end up, you know, getting to do with just Naoi. But it's always interesting kind of like test the limits, you know, to see how far you could actually take it. Okay, let's see if we can fight this nightmare.
Suffer like I do!
There's no need to fight!
Where's Anthea? If you laid a finger on her...
You'll what? Come to her aid? There is no aid. There is only... retribution.
Give him back!
How touching. You come to claim your man. You think you love him. You do not. There, in the dark of your marrow, there is no love. Only betrayal. I offer you a trade. He stays and you leave with your life.
I'll bargain with no ghost.
You have a brain, yet you think with your idiot heart. You're weak. Will you come to her aid now, when all is lost? If you do, I'll be waiting.
The icy ocean made a diamond from his grief, then buried it in his heart. The weight of his failure dragged him down. Outside time, drowning in the gloom, he spoke her name. Take me instead, he screamed, soundless, to the cold and silent waters. Out beyond the black veil of death, something heard his cries and reached for him.
I really like these cinematics that they're using in between like important story moments.
Let her go. Take me instead. Let her go!
Ah, you're awake.
Who are you?
She who rescued you. Tended you for days on end. Weeks, maybe.
Weak? Oh, God. What have I done?
Get your strength back before you beat yourself up.
She's dead.
Yes. That's why you're here. And why I was sent to look after you.
Who are you? I feel like we've met, but I'm sure we have not. I feel like I know you forever, but do I?
You're confused. It's normal. You've been near killed by a nightmare, you've lost your beloved, and now you've a witch by your sickbed.
Witch?
Witch. I go by Seeker. Find the Banisher, said my mistress. Tend him, and answer any questions he asks you before you leave him be. So, how do you feel?
Does it matter?
Of course it matters. Means you're alive, and you haven't given up.
Yeah. I have to say, I'm really, actually almost surprised by the story. You know, how much I really enjoy the writing. It's like top-notch stuff. But yeah, rest in peace for Antea. Now I know that, you know, she will come back as like a ghost as well, you know, like both Antea and Red, you know, they're like still the main playable characters. Only that she will, you know, become a ghost. So it's good that she will, you know, still be there and knowing that. But yeah, it's really brutal, you know, what the curse of Nightmare has done to her. Like first blinding her, then killing her after Red wouldn't give up. Welcome back, Aura. You have a croissant and a coffee. Oh yeah, that's a nice combo. I love it. I hope you enjoy. Is it just a plain croissant, or is it like filled with something, or you're like having anything with it? Looking at the map, you're pretty sure you can hit level cap with now before starting campaign. That wouldn't surprise me. I mean, it would be trickier now that they have increased the level cap, I guess, but it's quite interesting how the highest level area on the map is actually quite low level in the grand scheme of things, right? I think it's like in the 30s. So how's a murdered soul suspect? Yeah, it's actually quite a good game so far, I have to say. I really like the story, the atmosphere, the grand narrative of it. The setting too is, I think, really interesting. You know, it's like 3 years after the Salem witch trials have happened. And having, you know, just met a witch that has saved us, I guess that's going to be also a substantial part of a narrative, which I'm looking forward to. That doesn't look good. Yeah, join at the right time, the Aura. for her to die. Rest in peace. Thank you for the lurk, Dex. I hope you enjoy your lunch. As a ghost of New Eden, that's true. Yeah, and that's where I guess a big struggle of a narrative will come from, you know, because it's in the nature of the Banishers to, you know, always try to banish ghosts and not let them, you know, like live and drain the essence of a living further. But if one of the Banishers becomes a ghost, I mean, it's something we even talked about earlier. You know, that puts them in a bit of a conundrum. Just a plain croissant. This place has the best croissants. Yeah, I don't mind plain croissants either. You know, they're really well done. Now you want me, you make me want to make some croissants at home again. I've done it like once and well, it was more like a pain de chocolat, I guess, but it's still based on croissant dough, I guess. And it's so nice, like, you know, having it like fresh out of the oven. That's good also when you have like really good bakeries that do them too. Do it? Yeah, maybe I will. After a weekend, because Levy's gonna make some other baked pastries that I wanna try first.
Who sent you?
Her name is Ceridian, and my hands and words are hers. Beyond that, don't burden yourself.
Okay, considering that he literally wanted to offer his life for his loved one. And if he actively believed in, you know, him having the opportunity to give his life for her, then maybe this is something he would say.
You should have let me die.
What are you, a child? Are they teaching self-pity in Banisher school now?
Well, I guess he could have explained they wanted to give our life, quite literally, for the life of Antea.
This nightmare, how it spoke, how it tore right through her. I've never seen the like of it.
Few have. Fewer have lived to tell of it.
What drew such a powerful spirit here?
Who knows? Something awful, I don't doubt.
The worst angers rise from the most terrible wrongs. The friend said that. He's trying to warn us.
An immutable law. You have wise friends.
What am I to do now? How do I do it alone?
You're not alone. Have faith. If Ceridian had told me more, I'd tell you it. But you must have faith.
That's what I'm suspecting, Aura. Yeah. Yeah, she's called the White Lady, and, you know, this being shortly after the witch trials happened. I think that's definitely, like, more to the story. I think she's also, like, the nightmare's also motivated by revenge against maybe even her own lover. It seems to me like her lover maybe betrayed her. You know, maybe she was accused of witchcraft, and her lover didn't stand up for her, or, you know, betrayed her trust or whatever. But it seemed to me that she was like very much trying to take revenge upon another lover there by killing Antea, or like separating Antea and Red. The way she also talks about how they won't come to rescue them or something like that made it seem to me like, you know, that might play into it. But that's just theorizing, of course. We won't have a full answer, I don't think, until the late game.
This isn't what I want. Not like this. Not without her.
No one gets what they want. You get what comes. And if you survive, you get changed by it. You've a hole in you. A yawning, grimacing pit in your soul. That's love, that is. The hole won't fill because the love won't die.
God, what have I done?
Here's the thing. Unlike most, you get a second chance. I suggest you seize it.
I like the Seeker here.
Why'd you pull me from the water? What's your business with me?
I have no business with you, but my mistress does. Ceridian says the wall between the living and the dead is under threat. You, it seems, have a part to play. This is mine.
You've lost me.
No, I found you. But so did your grief. And it demands to be felt. You may think you're done with your ghosts, Red McCraith. But they aren't done with you. I'll go now. Rest. Why ever my mistress saved you, she has good reasons. The best.
Where are you going?
Home. To Ceridian. She needs me.
Where shall I find you if... or when I need to?
Maya Marshes. Great big swamps other side of the woods. You can't miss them. We'll know when you're coming.
Till we meet again, then.
That's right, Banisher. Now, turn around.
What?
I'm leaving.
Death to the Dead was completed. The Ends of the Earth. I have to say I really like the ambient soundtrack in this. Seeker's message. Banisher, if you read this, it means that 1. You have enough brain to know your alphabet. 2. You have not resisted going through what I left behind. 3. You may take whatever you deem useful, since my mistress wants you to live. We shall meet soon enough. Until then, be well. Seeker. Love the hair. Yeah, of a Seeker. Was a pretty cool hairstyle, actually. Love the trope of ghost hunters, those book by ghost shit. It's definitely fitting, yeah. Kinda like, put them also in a, you know, inner conflict, I guess. You know, we have to banish ghosts at the same time, you know. One of the ghosts is his loved one. Person Reds. Yeah, Red also has pretty cool hair. I like the style of him. His clothing actually reminds me quite a bit of Shay Patrick Cormac. Gives me kind of like his vibes. You have enough brain to know the alphabet. Oh, nice, isn't it? A nice backhanded compliment. Exorcism and exorcism. From the old Greek root alemon, a wanderer, to the Latin exulo, an exiler, to the Frankish banjo, an exiler or banisher. The wandering exiler, the banisher. In ancient Greece was there the metragyrts, a cult of wandering beggar priests. From place to place went they, singing songs and banging drums, that the spirits of the dead be calmed, or set free, or exiled. This they did in honor of the long-dead Thracian magician Orpheus, he whose love for Eurydice was so powerful that he followed her through the land of the dead and into the abyss, won her freedom, and near brought her back. As the world grew, so did the knowledge of these sons and daughters of Orpheus. But some didn't embrace the new wisdom, but learned not and remained forever beggar priest. Both shapes and patterns seen and heard from antiquity to modern times, these wanderers use the hidden laws of the universe to open the gates and send the spirits of the dead away. To serve the living, the Banishers destroy the dead. But they know little. They have forgotten their parentage. They have lost touch with we who see the colors and the shades of all the light and all the dark, the good and bad in everything, living and dead. The Banishers have their uses, yes, as a hammer has its use when driven a nail must be. But the hammer doesn't care about the plank or the nail, nor does it understand it's made of the same wood and iron. The Banishers know nothing of the ham, for they are not, and might never be, one of us. They do not stand between the world of woman and man and everlasting darkness. They do not minister to the dead so that the living may live. They do not know. They are not witches. They are yet the children of Orpheus, and they do not look back. From Letters to Tiano by Mother Shipton. You know what I miss? Supernatural, as in the TV show. I've only ever seen like a few episodes of that show, to be honest.
I don't know what this is, but I'm staying away from it.
But I know quite a few people who, you know, really loved it and binged the heck out of it. But maybe we have to watch it one of those days. Right now we're watching the show True Detective.
Where am I?
And that's also a really good one. At least so far. We watch 10 seasons in a month. Yeah, that's a bit. But yeah, some shows can be like that, you know, where you can just watch like one episode after the other. Sometimes it's nice to have like a casual watch like that, you know.
Damn it. What am I doing here?
I gotcha, yeah. I do have those kind of shows as well, you know, that I could just have on in the background, or kind of like our type of shows where I maybe know what's going on already and I don't have to really like actively focus on it too much. Well, nowadays I often tend to just have a stream open instead. Oh damn, really? I'm invested. That's a lot of filler episodes. But I guess the focus was later clearly then. I guess the filler is the show then, basically. And the story elements are the refiller.
God, fella, now's not the time.
The red indicator points to enemies that are out of sight. The different colors indicate different behaviors. Red incoming attack, orange incoming projectile, and green incoming possession.
Come on, you mongrels!
What in the hell am I doing?
Slubberdigullion!
Slubberdigullion. Exactly. But a skill point, apparently. I reckon that will be in the evolution tab here, which I haven't unlocked yet. Super off topic, but you didn't know how to spell the German word for no, so you use Google Translate, and when you typed no, it said in all caps 9, and it makes you laugh. I mean, for proper German, of course it has to be all caps, you know. You can't not, you know, talk German and not scream. That's not possible. You agree? You think you watched the first 6 or 7 seasons, you liked it? You think one of the episodes maybe even dealt with the same monster as Until Dawn? Ah, that's interesting. Or they had like Until Dawn themes, yeah. I remember watching like a few episodes, and the one that I watched had like werewolves in it or something. I think. It's been like so long. Gotta be mad when speaking German. Exactly. It's like chronic madness. Madness? This is Deutschland.
Am I the last bloody living soul here?
There's plenty of souls probably. Just dead ones. Supernatural covers a lot of different monsters. At one point they even cover a tulpa. Interesting. Attempts you to summon the German. I must resist. The screaming German. What horror creature uses GPS? A werewolf? Indeed. Because you never know where they are. And this guy is better in climbing rocks than Connor is.
I've warned you!
What the fuck is happening? With a screen? What? Jesus. That was bad. Holy shit. was like some really bad visual glitches.
God, what is happening? What? Antea?
Yeah, that's definitely the game right there. That was really weird. Was like the camera moving really quickly in combat, and I made like some parts of the screen like completely glitch out. Not good. Yeah, part of the effects. Would be an interesting effect, to be honest. Very creative, but not quite. It's kind of like in combat. Might be connected to like enemy spawning or like the HUD display or something. Not too sure. Gonna Google that and see if that's like a common issue. Wonder if it might also be connected to DLSS upscaling. I can sometimes see two glitches, but not those kind of glitches usually though. Minor do of VHS glitches. Actually, this is just a VHS, you know, kind of like movie, and you're playing it. It's like going to the Animus to visit the ancestors' memories. Just with VHS. Like the Animus glitches.
Oh, there! Antea! Oh, God. This isn't happening. This can't be happening. Antea? Call me to you!
Where am I?
Oh, I'm sorry. I'm so sorry!
Had VHS effects filter on when doing the quarry last October for the 1980s final playthrough you did? Ah, yeah. That's really cool that the game has that too. I really love those kind of like visual effects, you know. Because I can really, you know, present the medium from which you're kind of like accessing, you know, the story.
I'm here!
Can add like another layer or element to it.
Spectres. Here. Antea, are you there? Right here. My love. Right here. Tis you. No!
I have you.
Of me.
Come.
And this is so sad.
No, don't go.
I'm here. Follow me.
You know, the fact they can't actually, you know, really touch each other anymore. And, yeah, I really have to say, you know, even though you don't spend, like, a huge amount, you know, with both of them in, like, human form, they still do such a good job at kind of, like, establishing them as, you know, partners, both as Banishers, but also as lovers. It's, like, a very, I think, you know, very convincing, believable kind of, like, relationship they have. It becomes very natural.
Where are you going?
Over here.
Getting Hellblade vibes. I had to think the same sometimes, you know. And Hellblade, of course, also has the element of, like, you know, I mean, the supernatural in a further sense, you know, like what you see is maybe not the reality of you, but, you know, it's of another person. You're also reminded of the old movie Ghost. I'm not sure if I've seen that one. From, when is that movie?
I have you.
I'm right here. Where are you? Where have you gone? Antea!
The Hellblade games, Chef's Kiss, absolutely, dude. I love him so much. I really hope that Ninja Theory will, you know, keep on doing games like that. I don't think there has to be a third Hellblade game, you know, but I wouldn't complain either, but I hope they, you know, will keep continuing telling stories like that, I guess. Demi Moore, Patrick Swayze came out in 1990. Ah. Thank you for the suggestion.
You seem weak. You need rest.
I feel hollow. Do not be troubled.
How could I not be? To have lost you and found you like this. And you're hungry.
That's one way to say it. Yes.
What can I do?
Charles's Bible. The tie that bound his ghost. Some essence remains upon it. For now, it will do me. I needed this. I feel better.
Look at you. At us.
I know.
me wrong. I'm glad you're here. I'm glad you're back. Truly.
The living should not truck with the dead. I've known that since childhood. I learned the hard way.
You never told me this. What happened?
It was a lifetime ago. For now, it doesn't matter.
How are you feeling?
Awful.
And with a few more words?
Angry, frustrated, useless. We should talk about what happened. After the meeting house, I mean.
Quite an interesting sound effect they're using for the ghost voices. Like it's a very faint echo, you know.
What do you remember from after you died?
I remember the suddenness of my death.
I remember nothing but...
After that, a nothingness. Timeless, lost. And then I heard you. You spoke my name. I searched for a way back.
I woke up in a cave. Been rescued by a young woman named Seeker. A witch's apprentice. She was proud to tell me that. Her mistress had sent her to take care of me.
Witches rarely show themselves. Intriguing that one would help us.
Yeah, I'm not gonna run away. I'm gonna get to the bottom of this. We're not gonna let Antea and Shards die for nothing.
I think we should go back to New Eden Town.
I agree. To free me, I believe we must reclaim my body. I refuse to be this way. I'll not abide it.
I'm so sorry, my love. How can I help?
I'm a ghost. You're a banisher.
I'll not banish you. I cannot, Antea. So you die. You can't ask that of me.
If that's what I wanted, you'd have no choice.
But you don't wish it, do you?
Not before I've had my revenge. Not before I've seen the nightmare defeated. By you and me both.
Sounds like a plan.
Could I give you your assent?
That would be the simplest solution, but not the easiest.
Why?
My body is my tie, and the nightmare still holds it.
In the meeting house, but before she let me fall, I swear she dared me to come back.
She's as devious as she is powerful. She won't just hand it over.
In the schoolhouse, you joked about bringing me back to life. Is that possible?
Yes. The ritual of lesser palingenesis. It's extremely difficult. Highly dangerous.
I could try, right? You'd teach me and I'd bring you back.
Red. It's an ancient ritual. It requires power. It consumes essence in large quantities. We're talking about human sacrifice. Murder.
Just maybe we could consider it. I mean, if there's the slightest chance I could bring you back, I'd take it.
It's a dark ritual, Red. It's tempting, and that's dangerous. To think of being back in your arms. I'm tempted too.
Then what shall we do?
If we are to return to New Eden Town, we must first learn more about our enemy.
Charles said nightmares don't appear without good reason.
Yes. We have a mystery to solve. Witches to meet. People to find and questions to ask. And then you'll help me go. one way or another.
I will. I swear it, Mother.
Rest. You need it. I'll stay close.
Ah yeah, the first manifestation. Could we consider mass sacrifice because I miss you? You gotta understand, Aura, we love each other. Wouldn't you do anything for your love? Even a mass sacrifice? Hello Vasakat, welcome in dude. Thank you so much for the 51 months of resubbing. How's it going today, dude? Antea has unlocked her first manifestation, Unveil. Each manifestation gives access to a new threshold, increasing Antea's potency. Talents and presences. As they are bound together, Antea and Red share the same evolution tree. You can unlock Antea's presences with essences, and Red's talents with skill points. You may freely change your mind about them along your journey. Unveil. Antea can now allow Red to see the world from the other side of the veil and uncover ethereal elements such as spectral stains and webs. In combat, Antea can deal increased damage to possessed corpses. If I may have Invigorate. Vanishing enemy increases the damage of the next heavy attack by 20%. Each enemy hit by light attack increases the damage of light attacks by 10%. Yeah, let's get this one. Yeah, there's a light attack combo. Yeah, let's get Antea in here. I want to have them fight together. A sword. Perfect switch. Switch to Antea right after a front dodge to trigger a melee attack that ignores resistance. Okay. You think your husband would be very mad about that? Yeah, I would also be mad about it. Can't just outweigh the life of one against, you know, the lives of many, like that. That's not quite fair either. So this game on sale, is it worth getting? So far I would definitely say so, yeah. I think the consensus on this game is the story, the narrative and the setting is really good and well crafted. The gameplay is a bit repetitive in its nature. But yeah, that's mostly like for the combat, I guess, and the puzzles. I mean, I suppose they're alright, but yeah, people have been saying that, you know, it does get repetitive after a while, like gameplay-wise. So I would mainly consider this if you're like more interested in the story and, you know, detective work, I guess, and solving what happened to ghosts and the likes. But yeah, myself, I've been enjoying this quite a bit so far. Shouters allow you to upgrade your equipment via the inventory menu. Upgrading your equipment improves their bonuses, but requires resources. Yeah, okay. Well, I think at this stage I would rather focus on the offensive abilities here. So let's go ahead and upgrade the Saber and Firebane. Well, I don't have enough Spectral Dust. So that won't work just yet. We can get the first upgrade for the Clothing Bow. And it also boosts our melee attack damage. Overborne clothes made of the warmest wool of Scottish sheep. If standing a little too close, you may smell the faint scent of fodder, smoke, and manure. Okay. Got it upgraded to common 2 here. Can upgrade our decoction or the ring. Okay, let's upgrade Red's first Bane ring. Crafted for him by Charles Davenport, allowing him to endeck with the invisible. The worn leather covering the inside of the ring serves as protection against the necrosis of the flesh, a long-term side effect of banishing spirits. And I guess we can also upgrade the decoction here. Antea Strength. A decoction of different species of holly used by Banishers to increase ardor in the fights against specters. Antea learned of this specific blend during her investigation of a haunted corsair ship in the Casbah of the Odayas. Manure? Yeah. Good old manure. This game is on PlayStation Plus as well. Oh, is it? That's very cool. Yeah, so it'll be an easy way for you then to check out the game as well, potentially. Alright, so I would say that's a perfect place to stop for today and to carry on next time with more of this. But yeah, I'm quite looking forward to it, I have to say. Really good first impression. I highly enjoyed it. Definitely more so for the, you know, story and narrative, and you can definitely tell the game was also focused on that more than, you know, the gameplay. But that of course might change going forward, because I think like now going back to New Eden will probably really unlock the, you know, whatever open world there is or activities, you know. I reckon next time we also get to unlock some side quests, and yeah, I'm looking quite forward to that as well, you know, kind of like seeing what we can do apart from the main story going forward. But really enjoyed it so far. I think Antea and Red are excellent written characters. I love synergy and dynamic. And yeah, I'm looking forward. So there we go. We're like all the way here, almost on the left side. So quite a way here to get back to New Eden next time. So I guess a bit of exploration will come our way here next time. So many games, so little time. That is very true, yeah. Yeah, so many games one could get to if they actually had the time. And then there's also the games that you might want to replay as well. No worries, Aura, for the stream. Thank you for being here and for joining us. No worries, Ivarod. Thank you also so much for being here And thanks again also so much for the raid earlier. Banished until the weekend. Yeah, that's true. I definitely plan on doing at least one more stream on the weekend. Not sure if it's gonna be Saturday or Sunday. But yeah, it would be nice to do a second stream not too long after, you know, we started. And yeah, quite looking forward to do more of this. I really like the presentation of the game a lot so far. And it's cool having a game focusing on, you know, I guess folklore in a way, but also ghosts and witches. Once you're done with Valhalla, you have your annual Splinter Cell playthroughs to do. Ooh, very nice. At least they would take a much shorter amount of time than, you know, even AC Valhalla by itself. But yeah, the AC series as a whole. But yeah, dude, I'm looking forward to see what kind of Valhalla run you're gonna be doing. But also what the Alliance map reward is gonna be like this time. Yeah, there we go. Doesn't really say the total playtime, I guess, but that's fine. And there's a photo mode. Nice, I didn't know that. Precision mode. Not quite sure what that actually did. Ah, okay, that's like if you want to fine tune the camera instead of going like this. Field of view, focal distance. Of course, you have various filters. I like how there's not too much of a difference between cinematic and this. It's more like the vignette being added. That's a cool effect. The thirst for blood. I'd play a character, but not her. Nice. Always good to have a, you know, photo mode like this. You've got challenge runs set up for each Splinter Cell games, added a twist to the Alliance map redeem. For the new release of Hellblade 2, they also added more photo mode features too. Oh, that's really cool. I was so glad to see that Hellblade 2 also, you know, makes it to PlayStation as a platform. But it's cool that you also got, you know, everything set up already for Splinter Cell in advance and what kind of challenge you want to do per game. Okay, today we're gonna go and raid out to Amita, who's playing some Thronebreaker, The Witcher Tales. It's actually a game that I redeemed for him to play. It's, as the name, you know, suggests, part of the Witcher series, for not of the official, you know, like Witcher games in that sense. It's more like a prequel, you know, side game. You play as a queen. The queen that actually gave Geralt the name Geralt of Rivia. She kind of like knighted him. And that's even, you know, part of the game's plot at some point. Like he has like a bit of a appearance for, it's not like a huge one. But yeah, you play as that queen who actually knights Geralt, and it's very well written. Definitely for me on the same kind of level as recent CDPR projects like Witcher 3 and Cyberpunk. And yeah, it's kind of like focused more on the Gwent mechanics, so it's more like you know, a deck building, kind of like puzzle solving type of game with like a bit of top view, kind of like exploration, I guess. But yeah, really good game. Can definitely recommend. No damage runs this time around, or rather, no damage runs. Yeah, I don't blame you, dude. That can be very frustrating, you know, especially if a kind of like level takes a longer time. It can definitely ramp up the total play time quite a bit. Nice. Yes, there's a couple Garrett emotes, I think, from my last Garrett run. Jesus. The Garrett with cards based on Leonardo DiCaprio. Thank you for posting the raid emotes as well, dude. So yeah, if you want to join us for the raid over to Amita, feel free to copy and paste ones that Rod posted into chat. We got one for non-subs and one for subs. And yeah, let's have a look how Thronebreaker is going for Amita. As I said, I will be back on the weekend at some point, but I'm not too sure yet when exactly, so it's gonna be a spontaneous stream. So thank you so much for watching this first part, and maybe catch you for the second part on the weekend at some point. Hello there, Ave, and bye, Ave. Hope you're doing well, dude. Hope you're having a nice Friday so far. And thank you, yeah, it went really well. I really enjoyed the first stream so far of this game. Very good writing and storytelling. Exactly, Dr. Darling. The classic stream at 3 in the morning. Nice, Ava, I'm glad to hear that. Glad you're doing good. I'm glad you're enjoying Wednesday Season 2 too. And yeah, dude, I'm looking forward to hear more of your thoughts about Better Call Saul. Especially now that you're getting deeper into it. Beyond season 1.